As you can see, I'm super prepared. What's up, what's up, what's up, people? Knock, knock. We're gonna be switching it up. Gonna be playing some Minecraft at some point. Maybe in the beginning, I don't know. Because while we wait for some of my Apex people to log on, then maybe I'll switch. But yeah, Minecraft. I've never played it before. Played a little bit today. It's never really been. I just thought I couldn't get past the graphics. I played Trove, which is like a knockoff Minecraft. And honestly, I stopped playing it because it was too easy. Like the things that were there that were meant to attack and kill me just didn't. They weren't tough enough. Be quiet, you. No. Still be quiet. Still be quiet. I ain't got time for that. Alright. Chat's up and running. Alright. So, yeah. Played a little bit today. And it's honestly, it's like super relaxing. And like, I don't know, the rhythm of it is just like a doo doo dook, doo doo dook. When you're mining stuff, it's amazing. Go. Can I download this picture? I need to download the picture. Oh, my controller keeps dying. Better be happen now than like doing some crazy Apex stuff. Why can I not? There we go. What? Why is that what? What? No, that didn't work. Download image. Do I want to download that again? Alright, cool. That worked. Yo, what up, Zeddy? Yeah, I mean, I'm super surprised at how much I like it. Super surprised. Bit flustered. I just brought a bunch of stuff from my brother's house to my house. Unpacked the car. Let the dogs out there a little bit with them, and then they just got in a fight. So some crazy going down. So I don't know how long I'm gonna play the Minecraft. Listen to me like I'm an old ass man. Bassmaster 6705, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I didn't even do anything yet. You're just looking at my big ass face. Opie.
I was eating a treat.
Come here, bring your treat in here, pup.
He was just like really.
Come on, there's people. The public wants to see you, puppy. Come on.
It's like really focused on something.
Come here, buddy. Yeah, there you go. Hop up. Hop up. The public wants to see. The public wants to see. Look at that puppy. Look at that puppy. What do you got to say to the masses? What do you got to say to the masses? Say, I ain't got time for this shit. Location. Let's do Facebook. Bop, bop, bop. You're with me, Opie. Because you and your brother want to fight and shit. Alright. Actually, I'm going to do the voice to chat. I ain't got the time to text this. We're going to do something different. We're going to start with Minecraft. And probably end with Apex. I don't know. Keeping it fluid. But I know we're starting with Minecraft. So stop by. Say hi. Get out of the trash. Do that. Let's post from the clipboard. That's not what I want to post from the clipboard. That's what I want to post from the clipboard. What are you eating? Come on, dog. Kidding me? He's eating fucking paper towels. Like, come on, stupid. Like, and I wash my hands with them so they taste like paper, like, or soap. They don't taste like anything good or food or I don't fucking know what's wrong with this dog. He's a dopey Opie. You're right, Zed. The dopiest of the Opies. Alright. I probably should have did a hashtag Minecraft or something, but I just hashtagged Apex because I'm a dummy. Alright. So, during all the commotion, I died. So I have nothing again. So you're not even looking at my screen. There we go. Turn off that. That's probably good. Yeah, he's a dummy. He wants to eat soapy. Opie wants to eat soapy paper. Oh. So there we go. So I am super new to this. Played a little bit of this. I got I don't have a house set up. I have an archway set up to my underground lair because I'm a evil villain. Oh, really? Maybe it's up here. I thought I put some like wooden tools. Yeah, maybe it's in this over here. Yeah, there we are. Yo, what is wrong with you? Stop. You don't chew on fucking cords. Like, what is going on? I'll be right back. I don't know. I gotta get something for him to do. Be right back. Come on, where's your toys at? Get in. Get in. Get in. Stay. Got a smorgasbord of activities for you, pup. You got a toy to play with. You got a bone to chew. Nice marrow bone from Uncle Zeddy's recommendation. And you got a bed to hump. Alright? So you got no reason to be chewing my shit, eating paper towels, chewing electrical cords. You got no reason. No reason. None. Zip zero. Zip zero is stingy with your reasons. All right. So out of his 3 options, he looks like he's humping his bed. So, you know. Priorities. It is hot. I might need to turn that air on. Yeah, here we go. He has eaten some stuff out of it. He hasn't really, like, tore it up too much. But him and Chips have, they each got one. And they fought over Chips's. Because, yeah, I really think he has, like, ADD. 100%. He, like, he doesn't want to eat his food. He wants to eat, like, Chips's food. But, like, he doesn't really know that it's Chips's food. You know what I mean? Like, how... I don't know, I mean, what logic does he have, you know what I mean? But, there was, like, he rips the stuffing out of, like, giant, like, reindeer thing that we had that used to be Chibs. Chibs ripped most of the stuffing out, so he's finishing it off. Ripping the stuffing out, and then, I swept that up, and I swept some, like, loose dog food, so it's on the floor in a pile of trash. He's, like, walking by and, like, oh, there's food here, so I'm just gonna eat this. Like, out of what's clearly a pile of trash. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's just a dumbass dog. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that, but it's like... It's like almost like meditation to just like Yeah, man, that's good stuff right there. Shut up, Opie. You have plenty of stuff to do in here. He's like freaking out, like something's happened in the other room that he needs to be a part of. Like, if I go out there, I would expect to like see like there's an intruder in my house. It's like how he's freaking out. Yeah, dude, he loves to hump his bed. Like, yeah, you just hear that, like. Shut up, Opie. Alright, I got him. You coming in? Thank you. Oh, my axe broke. My axe broke. I gotta go make another axe. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. Do you got... Does he have a gray afro or does he have a helmet on? Can I get that helmet? No. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, where'd he go? Shut up, Opie. You're fine. Come on, get up. There we go. You're fine. Didn't Mom just give you a new toy? I think she did. I think she did. Yo, yo, yo. Yo. I need rock. Yo, yo. Cut it out. Cut it out. Yo, yo, hey. Hey, hey, yo, yo, hey, hey, yo. Hey, hey, yo, yo, hey, hey, yo. Enough, dog. Enough. Life is so tough. Oh, I know. Life is so tough. Oh, it's so tough. Yeah, Minecraft, it's... I can't believe I waited so long to play it. Like, for real. Like... Oh, I can make a boat? I can make a boat? Yo, yo. Cut it out. We're not gonna do this. Yeah, man, I just made me a motherfucking boat. Enough! Hey, come here, come here. Come here. Here. Opie, come here. Come here. Here. I know you can listen. I know you know what these words mean. So he doesn't come to me, but he realizes that, oh, wait a minute, there's a toy on the floor that Kim just gave him. So he's now chewing that. I've never used a boat before. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. Oh. Check me out, mofos. I got this sweet ass boat. Dun, 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 dun. I'm a boating mofo. Whoa, whoa. Am I being attacked by a shark? Oh, and I can mine stuff from the boat? Oh, oh. Bang. Oh, hey. I just made a metal sword. Dodging them arrows like the Matrix. Get out of my pool. Little bitch ass mofo. I hate that I sink. Yeah, man, Minecraft, you should do it. Minecraft is the shit this week, man. If I don't need that there. Let me get back to getting some wood. I need that wood. Oh, you know what I need, actually? I need put on some YouTubes. I need the YouTubes. Give me some soundtrack. I haven't played this with like some sweet ass tunes yet. We're gonna run Young Mercules back. We're gonna play all on his shit. I get down with the Mercules. Yo, bro. Take that, mother. Way up, way up. Stay up. The sun is coming up. I'm on my way up, way up. Just gotta chop it. See, this I don't like. I don't have to, and I know I don't have to, but like the OCD in me is like, you have to. I have to like de-branch all these trees before I chop them down, because I just hate these things just chilling around like floating in midair. Yeah, man, like I was actually thinking about this earlier, because like my brother doesn't really play games. I'm sure I told you a story. For like Christmas this year, last year, I was actually going to get him and his kids an Xbox, so that we could play together. More so me and him rather than me and, like, I said nephews, I definitely meant daughters, his daughters, my nieces. So like I wouldn't really be playing with them, but like to play with him, because we don't really have a whole lot in common. So I figured if I can get him in the game and once a week, maybe I could play. We could spend more time together and shit. Oh, these dudes blow the fuck up. Oh shit. Yeah, man, Minecraft's the shit. Come join my world. You dummy. Haha, you dummy. But yeah, so I was thinking about like if I got him to play whatever, like I was gonna get him the Xbox, but like I was trying to think like what games he could play to like, because he can't just step into like Apex or like the Division or something. You need like stepping stones. Like Kim's first game was like Borderlands and like Left 4 Dead and stuff like that. Ease her into like shooters and stuff. She wasn't a gamer before like we met. So I was thinking about, and then like since I've been playing this, like this absolutely would be a beginner's. I mean, learn the controls, learn how to like move with one joystick and aim with the other. I remember when that first came around for like I forget the game. It was PlayStation 2. But like threw me off. It was so hard to do. Yeah, man, if you're hopping on Minecraft. Oh, yo, what up, what up? My bad. Panda Pumpkins, do you, I mean, I could definitely use help. Sure. Thank you for the follow, Valkyrie. Valkyrie's 10, thank you for the follow. Yeah, my bad, I was chatting with my buddy over on the, Facebook chat. Yo, Zeddy. It didn't let you? Because I got people in the mixer asking if they can join, so we might get a whole party up in this bitch. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. So actually, Agent Arizona and Valkyrie, my buddy's having trouble connecting to my world. Any idea why that would be? Maybe I actually have to invite you? I thought I put on like friends of friends when I... Did you get that invite? Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna send you another one. And let's see. Oh shit, I already just sent it. Alright. But yeah, you guys are, you're... Okay, alright. Let me, drop out. Maybe I put the wrong settings on when I made this world. I don't know. So Valkyrie's Agent Arizona. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can mess with some settings. What's the difference between a realm and a realms and worlds the same thing, or? Alright, so I'm gonna make a new world. Alright, so when I can create a new world or a new realm. Oh, okay, so it says note, if you play Minecraft through Game Pass, Realms is a separate subscription. You need to purchase and cancel each subscription separately. So first 30 days is free, then it's $8 a month. Yeah. Alright, so new world. Gonna do survival. Keep it on keep it on normal. Player permission when joining from invite. Why? Oh, yeah, you did say you were throwing up and stuff. Shit, I never heard of that. That's crazy. Really? That's no good. I'm doing that right now. I was just looking at the settings, the stuff I didn't change before. Alright, so let me look at multiplayer. Yeah, it's on Friends of Friends. I'm gonna do Friends of Friends in case you have any friends who want to play. We'll keep it on that. Game. Keep all that stuff the same. Friendly fire off. Coordinates on. We'll name it Zero Logic. There we go. And well, actually, is there a way to change what the world looks like? No, guess not. Okay, not that it really matters. Creating the world now. Cause like I thought they were all just like basically the same. They just like slightly different. But the second world I created was like I was on like was the one I was just playing. I was on like a little island. There's a bunch of little islands. The first one was just like I don't know, some like thin, I don't know, like land had like this thin like Grand Canyon type crater down the center of it. So it's just like completely different. Alright, so I just created it. So yay, I like it when it looks promising. Yeah, what's up, buddy? Alright, so I set it up to get a bonus chest, which I didn't know I could do the first time. So, like... take that, take that, take that. Yeah, so... help yourself to stuff in there if there's something. Here, actually... I'm gonna drop this for you. There you go, so you can get the mine in. No, I picked it up, damn it. There you go. I'm gonna go cut down some trees and get us some wood for some other... build some more shits. Yeah, in that world that I was playing, I was like underground for a little while, a couple days, day and night cycles, and then like I came up and there was like this weird thing built out of like stone and stuff, like not by my thing, like the other side of the island, but it was like pretty sure that wasn't there like 3 days ago in the game or whatever, like, and all of a sudden, like, so I was confused, like, was somebody else here, and like they just like built some shit and I had no idea, like, or like I don't know if this stuff just like randomly generates like over a couple of days, things change, but like I was like spooked. I was like running around the island like looking for people. Deforestation. Yeah, I haven't really gotten that far yet. I made a little base out of like underground because I kept getting attacked by bats and shit. Like everything else I'm okay with, but the bats, like I don't have the patience to wait for them to come down. So I just went underground. Did you run in any like stone yet, or was it all dirt? Okay, yeah, cause I haven't been digging, but like everywhere I look, I haven't seen any stone yet. So. Yeah, I'm gonna bring a bunch of wood over for make some tools and shit. I don't know what the difference between like if I peel the bark off or not. So once I've learned I can do it, I do it to all of them. I don't know if they make different things. Like you can peel the bark off of the trees before you cut them down. So I don't know if like there's a difference between like a regular log and a log that I peeled the bark off. I know they save in 2 different spots in my inventory, but I don't know if they Oh shit, the axe broke. Can I make a crafting table? Not yet. Alright, so let me make a bunch of these planks. Alright, crafting table and a bunch of sticks. I'll make 2 crafting tables. Back on the purple one over here, so it's closer to where I'm fucking around. Alright, I don't want to put this in your way, I'll just put this crafting table out here. And then here's a bunch of sticks to like make tools with. Yeah. What's up? What's he doing? Alright, I'll be right back. Get in, Oak. Get in. Opie, in. You didn't Opie. Alright, I'm back. Hey, there he is, Zedicus. Yeah, so Opie has, Opie drew some blood on Chibs earlier in the fight they had. So we didn't notice it until just now. Kim just noticed it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he bit him in his head. So like, and I checked both dogs after the fight, and I didn't see any blood on either. So it's been like an hour, and now it's showing. So I think it's not that serious. I think he just it's a small hole that is just bleeding a bit. I mean, it's bleeding slowly. So now it's so it just took a little while to get through the skin, I think is all it was. But Kim saw the blood and started freaking out. Which of course, because she thought that like, when they play and they fight and they whatever, like, they're choosing not to hurt each other. So now like one of them is bleeding, it's like, oh shit. They are... Right, and that's what I told her. Like, I'm sure he's okay. Do you have any stone that I can get to make a weapon, make some tools out of? Oh, that's plenty. Thank you. Give me a metal axe or a stone axe and a stone pick, stone sword. Alright. Oh, sounds like your paper just blew up. Okay. Appreciate it, Creeper. Opie, you're staying in here, pup. Yeah. You did it to yourself. Yeah, I mean, well, it wasn't all him. Chibs was definitely staring him down. Which Chibs is a little bit, he has some food aggression. Only towards Opie, so like we've never experienced it before because it's like it's never been towards us. But and I think it's because like Opie just kind of does whatever he wants and eats whatever he wants. So Chibs is maybe he's not eating enough, but he definitely seems like he's getting sick of Opie getting his way all the time. Yeah, so. I hate like tearing all these branches off of these trees. Everything alright over there? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. I think you need charcoal, so I think you need to like burn wood or something. I think. I wound up just finding some like coal from some stone that was pretty abundant in my last little dungeon. Oh, what? Who the fuck's hitting me? Oh, spider. Die, spider. Oh, I switched off my sword. There we go. Mother bitch. Suck a dick. Lick that shit from the base to the tip. Catch every little drip drop coming out of the tip. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm just harvesting a bunch of wood. I'm just bringing all that hard wood. Oh, I broke my axe. Yeah, I figured since you are working on the ground, I'll work on getting the wood and shit. Then you should have enough stone and I'll have enough wood to create all the tools and all the shit that we need. And that's about as far as I've gotten, is just creating the tools. I did a little bit of armor. Was able to make a chest piece. Found enough iron to smelt for that, but that was it. And this is what happens. What? So I don't know, a little confused. I was like, so these trees just like reappeared automatically, but maybe they didn't. Maybe I accidentally walked around them and skipped them. Like, I turned around after cutting down a tree and there was 2 trees right behind me. I'm like, oh shit, since when did they like respawn that quickly? So I thought all the trees I cut down to this point must have respawned, but like there's still some on the other side of these trees that are missing. So maybe I just skipped these trees by accident. Because this is pretty congested with trees over here. This is what happens. This is what happens. SDK. Stomp down killers. Nice. Nice. Yeah, my last world was swimming in it. And most of my last base had a bunch of skylights, so it was only like once I started digging down, like making a mine in my base, is where I needed the torches. Oh shit, what? I got spider. Yeah, there was spider and another zombie motherfucker. I got double teamed. So all that fucking, all of that shit, yeah. So much wood. Yeah, I noticed that once I died in water I was able to see everything floating. But then I wasn't, that was the only time that I actually found it. Ah shit, that I fucked up. You have some stone you can drop me so I can make some more tools? Go get my shit back. Okay. There was some loose up there. I should have enough to at least get me a pick and then I can... Yeah, okay. So let's make one of those. Make an axe and make a shovel. And then what's the plan here? I'm gonna farm some more stone, so tell me which direction to dig. Okay. 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 Well, I'll definitely farm that up. Yeah. Oh, there's some iron over here too. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Oh shit, no! Fuck. I dug a hole too deep and water started flooding in. Yeah, Alright, it's not flooding, which I thought it was just gonna flood all this shit. But it didn't. So I need some dirt. Yeah, so let me dig out some dirt. Oh, I did it again. Jesus Christ. So there's water on both sides. So let me dig out some of this above us. Oh my god, I did it again. There's water everywhere. Alright. Alright, cool. Let me dig. Get that out. Alright. Let me go get... Okay. Alright, so there's like the ocean on one side and the canal on the other. Okay. Found a little bit of iron. That's dirt. I don't want to do dirt. I just need more coal. Broke it. It's time to come make more shit. Actually, let me cut down some trees and bring some wood back also. Actually, I can make some more axes, picks, 2 swords, and a hoe. And that should be enough. Alright. Now, come here, you little bitch ass spider. Die, motherfucker, die. Time's up, bitch. Close your eyes. Go to sleep, bitch. Die, motherfucker, die. Oh, give me your spider eye. Kill the skelly. Kill the skelly. No. There we go. Skelly dead. Alright, I'm going hunting for my lost treasures. Yeah, I think it was over here. What is this? Did a tree fall down? Is that what this is? That's crazy. I've never seen that. Oh shit, that actually looks pretty impressive from a distance. I guess when I saw it, I was up close. It's like, got a roof on it and shit. I didn't notice that when I was just there. Oh, who's hitting me? Die, motherfucker. What's that? You have to make like the wood planks or whatever. So I'll bring some wood back. But yeah, you have to turn like the birch logs into birch wood planks, and then you can make stuff with that. So here, I'm coming. There's a furnace, you said? Alright, cool. I didn't know that you could move them. Let's see. There's a door. Oh, it made 3 doors? Wait, what? I'm gonna drop these doors out here. There you go. I put the doors right outside because I don't know how to hang them or whatever. Tearing your bed on. Put some food in there. Alright, I have put gravel and andesite in there. I also have some diorite. I don't have any regular stone. Oh, I didn't mean to drop that. Right. Stop tearing your fucking bed up, dog. Jesus. Okay, so I just created some bone meal and white dye. Shit, where'd the bone meal go? Maybe I turned the bone meal into white dye? I don't know. I don't know what I just did. But there's white dye in the storage thing now. Put this flint in there. Put these wood things in there. Yeah, I just made pork chops using wood. Oh shit, if I make a wooden thing, a wooden shovel, then we can have a boat. Oh, that's not what I want to do. And I make a wooden shovel. And then let's make a boat. Right. Oh, there's a bunch of octopi in that little bay area. Stop ripping your fucking bed up, dog. You have toys, you have shit to chew. Stop. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna make this a little, I don't know what it's called, a berth, I guess, for the boat I just made in case you want to travel. Yeah, you better not be chewing the fucking chair. I will kill you, dog. Because you have to have the stuff made for it. So you have to make, stop tearing your fucking bed up. You have to make, like, the birch planks or whatever. And then once you have them, you'll be able to make the other ones. At least that's what it seems like to me. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Oh, shit, is this too big? Is that why this is not like evening out? It just is constantly flowing inwards. So yeah, why is this still flowing inwards? So no matter what, it just... I was trying to make like a little inlet for the boat, so we could have a, but like it just was constantly flowing inwards. Like I don't know that we'd be able to paddle out of it. It was just a constant current coming in, and it never stopped. Yeah, but I made like this whole area, so like from like here, this whole thing. Yeah, yeah. It never stopped flowing inward. I expected it to like fill up at some point. Oh, so like it's flowing through the sand, do you think? I mean, it might be fine. Okay. Okay, you can get out. That's good. Okay, cool. Oh, you made little glass windows. Nice. This is our world, bitches. Y'all can go suck it. Pretty sweet digs we got going on here. Oh boy, finally chewing something you should be. One that marrowbone thing. Yeah. I'm gonna make some torches real quick. I'll make back. Oh no! So there's water right over there, okay. Finding where it's safe to dig. Oh, iron. Nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I made a couple, turned it into pickaxe. But yeah, definitely need to get some more shite. Oh, is this? Yeah, I started digging on the other side just to mine some stuff, and I actually just ran into that tunnel. Nice. There's a bunch of granite over here. I don't know what we need granite for yet, but I got some. Oh, just broke my shit. Time for the iron axe. Oh, it's so much faster. Oh yeah, look at me go. I'm so fast. The fastest miner ever. I need my music back, my music back. Yeah. Yeah, when I went over there. Yeah. Well, it lightens up a little bit because I started the tunnel on this side earlier. So. I didn't want to put a thing up yet because I wasn't sure how wide I was going to make the tunnels. So I didn't want to put it up somewhere that's going to get destroyed. Yeah, definitely. Putting those torches up really changes, like, I can actually see what I'm digging at. I was like, I don't know if this is, like, granite or if this is dirt or, like... yeah, definitely should have... Definitely should have put light up much sooner. Yeah, just time disappears. And like... It's like, I might want to get up, you know what I mean? So like I don't lose feeling in my legs at some point. Like, so I just need something to talk about while we do it to make it interesting for the masses. Yeah, gotta do it for the fans. Oh, okay, this can actually go down a level.
This is the FreeJet 330TX Plus, the leader in award-winning direct-to-armor printers. Named Product of the Year for 3 years in a row by the SGIA. For the first time, not only can this
Broke my thing. I need to go make another pick.
successfully print on 100% light and dark polyester, a feat that no other DTG printer has accomplished. This process is achieved by implementing Gamut Plus inks. These groundbreaking inks play a key role.
I didn't mean to steal your stone, I was trying to go around you.
Printing full-color, full-detail designs on 100% dark polyester, as well as light poly, dark and light cotton, and blends alike. No other ink on the market achieves this level of vibrancy and print quality like Gamut Plus.
So let's make, I'm gonna be digging a bunch, let's make a bunch of these picks.
Equipped with a bulk ink delivery system, which completely eliminates the need for a cartridge-based system. This allows you to refill your ink bottle as needed without dealing with the clutter and costly inefficiencies associated with ink cartridges. Within the bulk ink delivery system, we have also implemented automatic white ink circulation.
No, I'm coming.
Feature directly prevents white ink
Coming.
by circulating the white ink throughout
I can't get there.
reducing the
Okay.
need for multiple head cleans or purges on item, saving you money on white ink. Setting the print height manually is a thing of the past with the new fully automated print height adjustment.
Bum, 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 bum. That's all good. I just did it 3 times in a row earlier. Move on to the next hole I'm gonna make. Yeah, I don't really know. I think it's a shinier stone. I don't really know if it does anything. Alright, some more some ignites iron. Yeah. Yeah, I ran into the tunnel. I was like, came to like here. I broke into. I was like, oh shit. There's that's where I put the first crafting table for me to mess with, so I don't have to run all the way back. I'm gonna go get more wood. Oh, you wanna fight? You wanna fight? No. Yeah, bitch. Remember my name. Damn straight. Oh, who's hit me now? I'm like getting stuck on these fucking hills. What is happening? Who is? Must be a skeleton with a bow. I don't see him yet. Are you a wolf or a cow? You're a cow. Okay. I'm like one hit. I need to not. Oh shit. Oh, I'm hungry. That's what's happening. I don't have any food on me. Oh shit, I gotta come back. No, I starved to death. Who starves to death in Minecraft? I'm going back. Yeah, I put pork chops or something in there. Yeah. That's what I was coming back for when I died. Oh, hey, zombie man. Get out of here. Oh, they're stolen. You can take that too. Take that too. Oh. Alright, I gotta go get air. Come on, spider. I got enough axe for you too, bitch. Oh, that's a creeper. I don't want no problems, creeper. I don't want no problems. Oh. Die, fishes. Oh, hey, Cal. How you doing? How's your day? How's your day going, Cal? Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I need it. Me and my block-headed friend are the top of the food chain. I'm sorry. hey, Mr. Trader. What do you got? What do you got for me? I don't know what any of this stuff is. I'll buy that, because I don't know what the hell it is. Wait, but I didn't get it. Why are you not giving it to me? I would have to pick what I trade for? I don't know. I'll figure out how you work later, trader.
All bars, no hooks, man. I just felt like rapping right now.
Hey, piggy, 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 piggy. Hey, sheep. Bah, bah. Oh, are you donkeys? Or are you horses? Oh, it didn't drop any meat? I ain't getting donkey meat? Maybe there's a way to ride them, I don't know. They might be horses, they look like donkeys though. Alright, I got us some meat, some hides. And there goes a duck and a piggy. Try to build a bridge to get back. You have a bone, you will just chill. Why do you have to tear your fucking bed up? Are you gonna come attack me while I'm building my shit? Die, motherfucker, die. What's wrong, bitch? Go to sleep, bitch. Die, motherfucker. Whatever the words of the lyrics is, it don't even fucking matter. I make up my own shit. And you gonna die, motherfucker, die. I think you can also get that from cobblestone, maybe? Oh. Stop tearing your fucking bed up. Stop it, stop it, stop. Chew your bone. Play with your toys. Come here. Let me get this fucking shit out of your mouth. Do anything but what you're doing, puppy. Alright, I made a little bridge to land to the left of, if you're looking at our front door. Oh shit. Okay. Did you close up the other entrance that I made? Okay. Did you leave that crafting table out there? Alright, how do you pick them up and move them? Oh, okay, so it doesn't destroy them, it just puts them in your inventory? Oh, interesting. Good to know.
You don't know what to say to the insurance company. They put you kind of on the spot. The insurance person works for the insurance company, not what's best for the outcome of their situation.
I don't think I would have gotten it if it wasn't for Slager. I would have taken advantage of it.
Slager Associates did an excellent job at taking care of my case from beginning to end.
Can you hear that?
Exciting story.
His teeth scraping that bone?
From there, Slager folks have had a lot
So ridiculous.
to talk about very well.
At Slager and Associates, we're people helping people. Give us a call today.
I'm at the other crafting table.
This one's for my ride or die.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to dig a hole down to. Hey, what's happening? Oh shit, you know what? I lost him when I got killed. Shit. I was digging a hole so I can come down and drop him to you, and I don't even have him. I'm gonna put this other crafting table over here. Should I have wood on me? Yeah, I can make some more. Take what? I'm cooking some shit real quick. I have some leather also. If we need that for some stuff. I don't know. Like you. Yep. Yep.
I never had nothing that'll build this all from the ground up. Used to be mad at the world, but a pitch that time never found up. Ain't nobody really working for me. I know I did this on my own. My history shows this is how it goes. I don't feel enough. Like you kiss me through the ball. I swear that I'ma be the one. Yeah, I'ma do what they done. Yeah, I'm just out there having fun. Yeah, I'm just having fun. Right? In the city where I'm from, they don't show you love. Like they turn up my alarm. They don't want to see me go. Tough luck, won't cry about it. See the world through a lens while I fly around. I live my life 1 minute at a time. If you live yours bigger than a mine, I think the haters that come with success. I think the pain in my mama is stressed. Go run my name through the mud, I ain't stressed. I take the blame for a cover the mess. I just want it all. I just want it all. I just want it all. I just want it all.
Oh, let me eat this up. Bum, 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 bum. Super good.
I just want it all. I just want it all. I got a vision, the camera gon' see through a lens. Me and the fans, 3 of my friends. I want a meal, so I keep it suspend. That's just the means to an end. You know I don't play like the Xbox Pro. I go break my legs, I blow. I ain't here to play houses and chalk out on. I ain't here to chase love on more cloud nine. Gotta recognize really your friend in the beginning. Everybody wants you to win until you win it. Stay trying to get ahead.
Alright, so let's see. I need.
For the long haul, I take the hate if it comes with success. I take the pain in my mama is blessed. Go run my name through the mud, I ain't stressed. I take the blame for a cover the mess. I just want it all. 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 Look, let me just start by saying it didn't have to be this way. Canada.
Canada.
I don't think people realize I do this shit in my sleep, man. Somebody get this man some milk. You know what rhymes with Tory Lane? What? I stole your whole style, but I'm really sorry, Craig. Someone get this 4-foot out of my way, cause I've been on this train and George to the core and is on his way. I ain't repping Canada, but you fled to the Florida state. Showing off on Instagram every time that you board a plane. Someone set up the orange tape, cause I'm good at this cornflake.
I'll be right back.
Trying to get Sorry for a minute. All I do is get out, yeah. Lost tricks in the ground, yeah. Auto tune for the sound, yeah. My steel, yeah. The fucking rap that I'm just speaking on your character. Literally, wouldn't be reasonable to compare us, cause I rap, you cap. Singing in the fair with us. A hipster thrift shopping for jeans. I'm about to tear 'em up. You must be tripping, I see coke in his nasal. He can't breathe. Suffocating for the smoke inhalation. Since we're both Canadian, let's say you owe me a favor and stand still and scope and a laser to open your face up. This fake confidence. You're your own worst critic. He thinks R&B's a brand new style that he invented. I'm next up, and ain't nobody gonna change my mind. I'll bring a ticket to your meet and greet and wait in line. I'll bring a poster and a CD that'll make you sign it. So cold, stutter this motherfucker and break his spine. Standing ovation. Group of Mike Clapton. Kneel in front of Major Story shooting right past me. R.I.P. Let's have a moment of silence. If you want it, I'm condoning the violence. Don't even try it. Now go put some fucking water on that shear pad you got growing on the top of your head, bruh. Stop now, kill us for life.
Hey guys, it's your girl Mabel, and you can listen to my new album High Expectations on YouTube Music.
Bad sign. Oh, back up. Yeah, I'm back. I had to go to the bathroom. I checked on chips and stuff. Alright, cut it out, dog. You don't have the right to bark yet. You're going under. You're going down. Basement. Opie, cut it out. He might be, but he hasn't earned the right to bark yet. I'm out getting more wood and gonna hunt for some meat for us. We have some foods. Yeah, you think you're having non-pain migraines or whatever they're called? Pain. Yeah. Could be. And cheese is definitely hard to tell because that's already like old milk, so. Yeah, that could do it. So what'd you wind up getting? Not bad. Yeah, I like fruit. I mean, I like salad too. Like, I prefer like homemade salad better than like going out. Because then I know it's not like the lettuce isn't like wilted and I can put all my own shit. Yep. I mean, I could actually go for a salad right now. That was my favorite until I went out to, every year Kim's parents go to this place called the William Penn Inn, and it's like a restaurant, and they had a I got some dinner. This is a couple years ago. I got some dinner and I got a salad with it. So like I was looking and like I didn't want a house salad or a Caesar or whatever, and they had a Granny Smith apple salad or something, and I was like, what? That sounds delicious. So I got it. It was the greatest, not just the greatest salad, it was the greatest food I've ever had. It was so good. It had like sliced strawberries in it, like shavings of like green Granny Smith apples. So what, they weren't like chunks of it, but it was just like shavings. And it had yeah, this didn't have like iceberg. It doesn't have, I don't think it has romaine either. It might be arugula. And then it had like the fruit and shit on it. So fucking good, man. So like since that, I've been looking for like, it had apple cider vinaigrette dressing, so I was like looking for that, but I couldn't find a good apple cider vinaigrette dressing. But I found one made by like Breyer or something is the brand, and it's got it's like a strawberry wine vinaigrette, and it's super good. So I do that, and I have particular croutons I put on, and then I get these salad toppers with like cranberries and either like pecans or shaved almonds or whatever, depends on where I get them from. And then I put, so it's just lettuce, croutons, sometimes cheese if we have like shredded cheese, and the toppers, and it's so good. Oh, you wanna hit me, bitch? You wanna hit me? Take that, motherfucker. Take it. That's what I thought. You died in 2 hits because you ain't nothing but a bitch, bitch. Oh, I lost my axe. Oh, I don't have any more axes. Are you kidding me? That'd be nice. Alright, so that's that. I'm gonna put this right here. Oh shit, I put the wrong thing.
Hey guys, it's your girl Mabel, and you can listen to my new album High Expectations on YouTube Music.
Spotify. No, YouTube. YouTube. Oh, I'm jealous, man. I'm eating an old hot dog that I bought when I went over my brother's house. Yeah. In the bad days. Fuck up. I'ma do live. Battle. Way low life. Okay. Myself. Yeah. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, you're shooting arrows, you motherfucker? Damn. Yeah, I'm such a fan. Oh, looks like there's like a cave over here. Oh, something just hit me. Motherfucker's dead. What? Ooh, some coal. Yeah, oh, I gotta get up there. Dirt, dirt, dirt.
It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of Music Premium on us. Restrictions apply.
Dun, 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 dun. Nowadays, I'm just feeling different nowadays. I've been feeling different nowadays. Different nowadays. Got the windows rolled down and I'm drifting through the rain. Yeah. You okay? Oh, and this actually goes down. Oh, I like this. Yeah, I know that feeling. Usually not apples for me. It's usually something not healthy. Actually, lately, past couple days, it's been like juice. So like Gatorade and shit. Just like not able to fucking swallow. Yeah. Right. I'm on my last pickaxe. I've been feeling different now. Nice. Actually, I need to go and make... Oh, I can make torches right here. I don't have to go back to do that. Cool. Expecting a message. Oh, the 4 falls through there. That's okay, there's water down there. Oh, iron. Let's mine that shit first. Would have missed that if I didn't put them torches up. I wish like I knew like where things were likely to be. Like where's most likely to find iron or coal or I feel like that's just a ploy by women. Like, if you gotta give me diamonds if you want to go deep. Actually, it's amazing that like diamonds aren't really worth much. There's actually a whole lot of diamonds, and well, I mean, yeah, all diamonds. I mean, there's a value to them, but like, they pretend they're scarcer than they are, because, like, it was actually the De Beers company. When they were mining for diamonds, they found a lot more than they thought they would have. So they only release so many each year, because to keep the value high. So like they actually have a lot of diamonds and they don't need to be as expensive as they are, but they invested in mining them, so they only release X amount each year to keep them valuable. Yo, I'm fucking lost, I think. Oh my god, there's a spider down here. Whatever, I can fuck this spider up. Oh, there's a Skelly. Alright, Skelly's dead. Spider's dead. So, because I didn't keep digging necessarily, I found a cave, and so I just kind of followed that and dug what was important. I now don't know how to get out. Yeah, the problem is I broke my last pickaxe. So I mean I can dig. It's gonna take me forever. Oh wait, I see lights. Alright. Oh, that's where I just came from. That was the last. Alright, you know what? I have some dirt. Let me yeah. Alright, here we go. I gotta remember this though, because there's a bunch of iron here. Okay, so there's a bunch of water running in here, which I didn't pass all this water on my way in. Oh my god, no! I didn't realize I was so close to death. Yeah. I didn't realize my life was so low, I would have been more careful. Shit. Yeah. Oh, there's a whole bunch of creepers over here. Where went down now? This is where I went down. No. Yeah. I'm sick of all these motherfucking rappers. I don't know where to... Fuck, man. Shit, I need to go see if I can find... I do have a crafting table and a storage box out here somewhere. If I can find that, I can build me some shit and be fine. Okay, there's that. I found it. Alright, I don't have stone. I don't have stone. Come on, Joe, get your shit together. I thought I had stone on me. Like, I thought I had stone out here. Alright, oh, creeper. I'm out. Hey, can you spare some stone for a brother? Oh, give me that. 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 Oh yeah, look at all that stone. Look at all that stone. Die. 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 Die, motherfucker. Sure. Yeah, I'll put whatever I'm not using in the box. So yeah, you can just dump it all. Make it rain, make it rain. I'm twerking for it. Oh, that hurts so bad. I'm an idiot. Actually, I'm gonna use all these. I didn't do. I'm gonna take some coal so I can make some torches. I'm taking like almost nothing but axes, shovels, and pickaxes. I'm gonna put some in that other box.
Hey guys, it's your girl Mabel, and you can listen to my new album, High Expectations, on YouTube Music.
Actually, I'm gonna check out all the hard work you did. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, what's up, babe? Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me come out. I'll be right back. He's locked up, right?
clearly ignoring the shit out of my dog.
I'm not. No, he wouldn't stop. He would not stop. He chewed his bone a little bit and then went back to ripping the shit out of this. He wouldn't stop.
You played with the Farrah?
A little bit, but he mostly ripped his bed apart and chewed them out of bone.
You need to find a tire.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm back. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. I'm a move around her guy. So what's up, Mr. Grimm and Mr. Zero? I'm trying. There's so many steps.
Yeah, he's the ball from inside the shower.
Yo, bro. Yo, get out of our fucking house, bro.
Where's your daddy when you come? Alright, I'm just gonna shut this up.
I'm taking a screenshot of that.
Alright, you got it?
He can play in the house.
I know, I don't want to play.
Oh. Yeah, and he's not like a creeper or like a bad guy. He's the trader guy. He's got his fucking llamas out here, and he's just like staring through the fucking window. Oh, the fucking creeper. Oh, did he kill him? Oh no, I don't know what happens now. I don't know if that guy respawns. I have no idea. Not at the moment. At the moment, I'm gonna ride this llama around this world. Oh wait, I can't control it. It just does what it wants. Yeah, he has like 2 llamas. No, I've never made it that far.
It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of Music Premium on us. Restrictions apply.
Yeah, you can set it, you can change the world to be flat, or you can have it be not flat, which I assume is a globe. Well, my second one was the Ghost Stream, but Oh shit, creeper. You're gonna do what to my pride? So you actually heard him saying stuff? Right, but like you actually heard the mic or you just saw it? He might be streaming. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna listen to what you were saying anyway, so you don't need to talk. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't want any from you, because I'm a god at this game. You can go suck on a fucking egg. I mean, at least that's who I usually play with. Yeah, it's incredibly relaxing. Like, yeah, like I didn't play it because one, it cost money, and two, the graphics. So I was like, it's not something I would get into. And then I played a similar game, like a knockoff version called Trove, and it was okay. Just the things that were there to kill me weren't tough at all. Like there was zero challenge. So that's actually why I stopped playing it. And then I Trove, and then this was on the Game Pass, so I picked this up. I downloaded it, and it's like very addictive because there's like a rhythm when you're mining. It's like a doot 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 doot. So as you're just doing that for hours, it's very relaxing. I was looking for that cave that I got lost in before, but I have not found it yet. I found another little cutout that I thought was it, but it was not. Over there? Yeah, so if you have... He, so he joined your party. So the guy, yeah, the guy. Oh. Yeah. So he joined the party that, yeah. Yeah. No. So Zero, when Zero accepted yours. Right, but there's probably some sort of delay. Yeah. Fuck, I don't know where I just died at, and I just lost all of my stuff. I gotta go find my stuff now. Oh, there's my stuff. Die, mother. Oh, he was so close to dying. I killed him now, but. Motherfucker's killing me. Alright. He's dead. What are you doing, Opie? Alright, I guess I'm fucking full. What else do I got that I can drop? Alright, so how are we sitting? What do we need, Zeddy? Alright, I'm just farming some woods. What do you got? So much what? Bunch of chests, alright. Right here? In this area? What? In here? How'd you get here, bro? Come on. Yo, here he comes. He's running with all 4 legs and no arms like a weirdo. Oh, he didn't blow up. He pulled some slick shit. Oh, really? There we go. He didn't drop... Unless you drop some in the water, I don't see it. Alright. So I'm gonna make a bunch of... chests, you said? So, chest... What's that? I don't know, I see a bunch of octopi all the time. Oh, he's like a moss head zombie guy. There you go. Yeah, no, that would suck. All that fucking work. Yo, shut up, OP. You definitely don't need anything. Come on, get down. Get down, get down, get down, get down. You got the whole house to play in. Whole house to play in. You don't need anything else. Alright, come on, get down, get down. Alright, alright, so I got 4 chests. So I'm gonna put these chests over here on the right, you said you wanted them? Fill it with chests. Alright, there's 2 big chests. Alright, so I'm gonna fill the first one with like building materials. Oh shit, I got like 20 iron pieces. Time to smelt them bitches. Give me wood. I'll take all the woods. Fuck the world. Alright, I got some stuff smelting. What are you doing, OP? Are you pissing? Are you like in the cave under our base? Okay. Yes, I'm coming down. What's that? Nice. I mean, if you're gonna play a battle royale, Apex is the one to play, I think. Oh shit, I think I just put a hole in the roof. So, oh no, okay. I guess you put a torch up, that's what lit everything up. Makes me scared when the stuff starts falling like that. In the other cave that I found that I had all that good stuff that I got lost and then died, that had like an avalanche or like a cave-in. I took out something and like 10 or 12 bricks fell from the ceiling. There's gonna be water. Yeah. Yeah. Some people play like bitches. Right, right. And, but yeah, he plays his play style and thinks everybody should play that way as well. I mean, like we played with that dude, Trev Stars was the same way. I think the last game that we played with, he was like bitching about running to going into the circle, and then we finally moved to the circle, and then he's like, "Oh man, yeah, if we would have went to the circle, it would have been better." I'm like, "Dude, we went to the circle and we still died." He's like, "Yeah, but I went to go like 2 minutes ago. If we would have went like 2 minutes ago, it would have been better." Like, all right, bro. Let's not fucking play that game. He's a winner. Yeah. Yeah, I know. There's so many steps. Right. So yeah, so yeah, you need to block that dude. Don't want him to see when you're online. No way. You had an actual friend? I thought they were like mythical creatures. No. No. I'm a fucked. Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, all this stuff just kept falling as I was digging. Stop. Stop eating the fucking carpet. Stop eating the fucking carpet. You're about to live in your fucking crate. Don't try this shit at home. Oh man, I broke my fucking axe again. God ain't real, religion's a lie. Life's a struggle just to get by. I'm sick of the hustle just to get high. That was Joe, yeah. Oh, I've been meaning to ask you. You said your nephew was a aspiring rapper, right? What's his name? What's his name? Right, but and so you're like, why are you mumbling? Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're a dick. I'm starving in here. Let me out. Yeah, it's like, I remember when you used to like shit in your pants and now you're talking about taking the shit in other people's pants. That's weird. Can't keep a good box man down. Yo, this gravel is such a pain in the ass, man. He just trapped me in a little room like I'm a fucking building the Underground Railroad over here. Choo choo. I mean, if you got Game Pass, the shit's free. Game Pass is like a dollar a month or something. You can get 2 months for $2. You know? Yeah, I think it's I don't know, it might be 15, but no, that's the gold. But right now it's oh my god, there's creepers. We dug into a cave. There's at least 2 creepers in here. Oh, there's 3 creepers. Oh shit. 1 blew up. So now it's... Alright, let me see if I can... there's magma. No, I'm just saying there's... Oh no, we got one behind us. Oh, we just blew up. And they blew out your light. So you're making the water meet the magma? Cheaper than $1 a month? Really? Because I'd say, like, that's an awesome deal. I'd be all over that. But yeah, like right now it's $2 for 2 months. I'm mining all this. Oh no! Let me out, let me out! There's magma! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! How do I put myself out? How do I... Okay. Fuck. I need to get... I lit myself on fire. No, I did it again. No. Shit, there's coal here. I'm just gonna block this off because every time I dig up this coal, I let more magma in and I catch myself on fire. So I'm just gonna block that off so I don't get tempted. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's the grossest thing I've ever seen. There we go. Alright. Oh, I can't get this purple thing. I think you gotta get it with your iron, with your steel thing. So I'll get the iron, you get the purple stuff. Oh. I got the iron, you get this purple stuff. Oh shit. So what makes obsidian? Is that when the water meets the magma? Oh, is this gold? Yeah, I picked up, yeah, I got 3 of them. Oh, there's more iron over here? Oh no. Yeah, there was a bunch, but there was... I like couldn't get to all of it. Yeah. I'm at 3, 5.5 hearts, and oh, there's a spider. And 6 hungers. Oh, what's that? Is that diamond? Give me more diamond! Oh, I broke my axe. Lapis lazuli. That was skinny, twinny, long legs, Jimmyson. Oh yeah, there's coal over here. I'm just gonna dig up this coal. I don't know. Maybe there was only, maybe it was just like an underground grotto or whatever, and we burned it all away with the lava. I don't know. I get, yeah, and then it turns into like this cool, like, yeah, like a special kind of rock. Alright. And how do we get more health? How do we get more health? Just by being at our home? What makes our health go up? I thought it was like sleeping in the bed, but I haven't been able to build a bed this entire time. I don't know, my inventory's full too. Dude, I just started playing this today. Yeah. Oh, there's more blue stuff. It looks like it was only 1 cube of it. Oh, my inventory's full. Do you have room? Okay. These steps are so ridiculous. We're like 20,000 leagues under the sea, and there's so many fucking steps. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta make a left, and then there's a whole bunch more. And we can actually build steps. Is that what these are? Are these actual steps you built? Okay, so the other ones aren't. They're just like blocks we have to jump. Alright, so I'm gonna put a bunch of building materials in this shit. All that fucking gravel. Oh, I got a bunch of iron too, I forgot about, so definitely... Hold on, did he just say he's from Manayunk? No, it's Jelly Roll. He's like from like Nashville. Maybe. Yeah, because I'm like, there's no way. I'm pretty sure he's from like Nashville or like around there. He's like a southern. I don't really need an axe. Don't need all these shovels, so I'm gonna start putting some shovels away. I'm gonna take 2 shovels. Wow, you're such a big boy. And that sounded like that's where that was going. Yo, how did you make bread? There's bread in the box here. How did you make bread? Alright, so there's that shit. I mean, you'd think that, but like, I've been waiting for bread to grow out of this chick's vagina for decades. It's not producing any bread. It'll be the first time on Twitch. I mean, maybe I'll make a name for myself. I'm back to farming some wood. Oh, what is that? Is that a... Wow, that's a fucking super skinny leg, lanky... McGillicuddy. What is this thing? Oh my god, what? Whoa, it just disappeared. Whoa, what is it doing? Whoa, whoa, it's like teleporting. What the fuck? Why has he got like a... He's got like a box of dirt. What the fuck? I don't know. It's like a black thing with like... Fuck! The black thing with like pink eyes, and it was just holding like a block of dirt. And... fucked me up. Fuck me up.
Hey guys, what's good? It's your girl Mabel, and you're listening to my new album.
Ow. Well, that explains why he just fucked me up. I don't know. So I notice like sometimes it goes up, but I don't know why or how. Just relax and stop digging and running. Yes, sir. I'm like, Zero said you're a fucking punk and he doesn't want anything to do. Oh my god, this black dude with the fucking pink eyes is back. Make him stop. I don't know, he's just like, he's walking around with like a fucking... a block of dirt. I'm all the way back. All the way back, and oh my god, he's coming closer. I was just like hunting trees and animals and stuff. I was just trying to get some food and wood. I don't know, are we supposed to be like taking care of like the monsters in this world and like they're like whelming because we're not doing that, we're just like digging holes? Yeah, like I don't know if it's like a... So like, can I like build like a house in a tree? Cause I'm like can like walk on all like the branches. Would it like support like a house? Well, we should have plenty of stone. Alright, there we go. Deforestation with a stick. I fell into another tree. Shit. Would this go faster if I used a sword instead of a stick? I know that sounds like a crazy question. I don't know. I honestly can't tell. No! Oh, I fell. Fuck. Big ass fucking tree. I fell again. Fuck. I just broke my fucking sword. I don't have another sword. What am I doing with like my life? I broke my fucking axe. God damn it. How far? Oh shit, I ran so far from that crafting shit. stone on me, motherfucker. So I can just make wooden axes and shit. Nice, I spent so many resources like harvesting the wood that like I broke all my stuff. But I had a shovel and a pickaxe, so I dug down until I found some stone. Now I'm mining the shit out of some stone. And then I'll be able to build myself up from nothing. Yep, he's still rolling his cigarettes and starting a tobacco company and doing all that stuff. It's insane how long it takes him. I mean, some people get a kick out of it. We have a friend who did that for a while. Play kick the can with his tobacco can. Yeah. Be like, not it. Alright, so I need to move. I don't like the sound of that. Sounds like some crazy shit's going on. Oh, what do I need to make a fucking... a storage chest? Do I need sticks? No. It's not popping up. Come on, man. What the f... Why is there... Come on, man. I'm all the way out like in the middle of nowhere. There he is. How's the Grim Tobacco Company going? I said, how's the Grim Tobacco Company coming? It was a joke because Because Zero came back. Zero said, if Grim comes back, tell him I'm gonna take like a couple-minute break. I'm like, alright, sure. Then he comes back and is like, hey, I'm back. Is Grim back? And I'm like, nah, he's still smoking his cigarettes and rolling them and starting a tobacco company. Yeah. Must be. Miller Lite? I mean... So I need to bring all this wood back. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just thinking. Yeah, precisely. Oh. Yeah, that fucking... That's 100% smoker off. And they should advertise it that way. That probably scares kids. I mean, it should be like, see kids, that's why you shouldn't smoke, because you'll talk like Beatrice the fucking clown or whatever the fuck her name is. Yeah, she might. That sounds really familiar. I remember not understanding them as a kid. Like, just like I didn't understand like what was going on. I mean, I kept cracking them open and trying to drink them. Stabbing them with straws and stuff. It wasn't working. Yeah. And she's like 40 times their age. I mean, dude, I couldn't imagine. Like, if I had, like, unlimited funds, dude, I would never leave bed. Like, the needle would never leave my arm. Like, I would be such a waste. Oh, I didn't know that. Really? Yeah. Points are for pussies. Who needs points? Yeah. Learn something new about your online friends every day. Yeah, I mean, she's a little goofy looking, but I'm not hating it. Yeah. Say no more. Say no more. Yeah. Smack them bitches all the way into Saturday. I mean, her eyes are a little fucked up, but I mean, she turned out good for what could have been, I guess. You know what I mean? She's got an uncle who's made of nothing but hair. You know what I mean? Break her off piece of that DIC. Is that not how that works? Yo, what's up, Known Paradox? What's going on, buddy? My night is going pretty good. How about yourself? No, I think praying mantises, they kill them. They don't break anything off inside. You like the convo, Known Paradox? We're talking about breaking stuff off inside of things. Yeah, who needs Discovery Channel? Nah. I messed up. Alright, so I need to do... I need to put some dirt there. I go boom, boom. And I need a ladder. No! Ooh, I almost fell to my death. What is that supposed to mean? Yeah. Long time ago, but yes. Yeah. It's been a long time. I'm sure it was good, but... Oh, I almost just like fell to my death. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, I muted myself at some point. I was all in that conversation. He said he's sick of your bullshit. And he, so stop screaming, Zero. No. Like, it's like, we're here, like, I want to talk to you, like, stop talking to your wife, man, you can talk to her whenever. God. It's like, right. It's like, tell her to get her own Xbox and hop in if she wants to be a part of this shit. Alright, I've been collecting wood for like ever. I need to come back and drop off some wood. I didn't. Yeah, man, I'm using my pixelated pickaxe. So I've actually had a bunch of people, not a bunch of people, but oh shit, I'm being shot by a skelly. I've had a couple people come in and like actually talk to me while I'm playing this, and I've missed them every time. And I missed them every time. I responded, but it was too late because they didn't respond back afterwards. But like nobody comes in my Apex streams. This might be a they can also see if you run in water or something, they can see, I've seen footsteps in water. You need to get your pizza out of the oven, man. Yeah. That's funny that you couldn't hear it, but... Oh my god, there's fucking 4... They're not creepers, they're zombies. One has a ping pong paddle? What is this? There's 5... Oh, I died, motherfucker. I had so much stuff, man. I don't even know where I was. That's what it looked like. I don't... It's probably not a ping pong paddle, but it was like a... Maybe it was like a frying pan? Yeah. Spankomatic 3000. Yeah. I'm gonna take this axe as a weapon. Oh, I did put a sword. Hold on. Sword, shovel, axe, shovel. What'd you do? Oh, we have an attic now. Nice. We have like a watchtower. Beautiful. Oh, and you're making it all? You're gonna make glass walls? That's pretty awesome. I need like a periscope. Not a periscope. What is that? The pirate's eyeglass thing? Because I need to find 4, zombies running around together, because that's who killed me. There's a zombie at the door. He doesn't play too often. He usually plays with his nephew. He told me. Oh, did I leave the door open when I came in? My bad. Alright, so I need to take this, take that. I need to craft. Yo. Yeah. He needs exercise. Should be positive reinforcement. Oh shit. He's bored. I mean, he needs something to do. He needs a challenge. I mean, like what changed night and day for Chibs was actually doing training and walking them. Yeah, man, at least once a day. Yeah, I would absolutely take him for that. Even if it's not that long, I mean, just if you're going for walks anyway. Yeah. Yeah, Levittown's it's a suburb. Yeah, so it's a suburb. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably like 10 miles from him. Yeah. Yep. Yep. The complete opposite of that. I mean, I don't know. Except I heard they're much worse in the south. Yeah, they wouldn't break their windows. They would kill them. Yeah. No, that's, yeah. And I'm not saying I'm okay with it. Actually, I hate everybody equally, so. I mean, Libyans are probably okay people. You know who's not welcome though? People who play video games. Fat nerds are not welcome. Oh, I just found a whole bunch of coal. The fuck is going on? There we go. Put some music back on, get rid of this shit. Sick of your fucking commercials, bro. Nah, I'm just using my pick, you know what I mean? Just over here mining. Oh, I just opened up to a cavern. Is that the cavern I was in earlier? Maybe that's the cavern that's got all the good shit. Oh, shit. See you later, Zed. He's back. Welcome back, Zed. Oh, I just fucking fell. And I'm just using my pick, man. I thought we talked about this. Jeez. I mean, we gotta do what we gotta do, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm just zoning out with my pickaxe in action. They call me Action Pickaction. Man, there's a hole there again. I keep like falling into these holes. My pick is out, bro. Absolutely. Oh, I just broke my shovel. Good thing I got extra shovels. It's difficult. They're both made of metal, so they just clang. Yeah, man. I just clang it up with them. Come here, bitch. Give me good clanging. She just said bah. This is great. I don't know where I am again. This happens all the time. Why is there like gray stuff in the dirt now? Is there always gray stuff in the dirt? Ah, there is. How did I miss that? I thought I like found some new thing. And then, like, even if they get out of it, yeah, I like it because you get wall-off areas. But if you even if they run out of it, it still shows you where they are because it gives you those damage numbers. So it gives you a little bit of, like... Oh, I broke my fucking pickaxe. Again. Good thing I'm making these myself. I'd be... the pickaxe owner would be able to like buy a boat off all the pickaxes I'm going for. If I wasn't making myself, but you know me, I'm down with the DIY shit. Kind of jealous of this pizza. I don't have Takis tonight, so I'm... Yeah, it's no good. Why does this keep going like some fucking interview shit? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. But you need to stop talking about it, just play your goddamn music. I think he was like, the title was like our 3-year anniversary. So I don't know if it sounded like he was doing like a movie review. I don't fucking know. It's not why I put you on my YouTube, Mercules. It's for your fire ass raps. Nope. It is not royalty free, but I feel like he's not on a major label, so like he kind of did everything himself. So I feel like there's not going to be someone like trolling my shit to find it. So I'm kind of getting over him and I feel bad, but I do it out of love because the music's so good. That's why I do it. Zero asked if it was some royalty-free stuff I'm listening to, and I said no, but I'm listening to him because he's not on a major label, so I feel like there won't be companies trolling the streams looking for his music. So Mercules. So since he like did everything himself, there won't be somebody to find it and cause me problems. I mean, he's got a big following. He makes tons of money. I mean, he's not just some nobody bullshit. Oh, you motherfucking. Yeah. Yeah, Mercules is coming to Philly sometime. Yeah, I saw it somewhere. I forget where I saw like a list of his tour dates. I'm not sure when it is. But yeah, that'd be an interesting show to go to. I mean, every group's got one. You know what I mean? Okay. It's a possibility. No. But I can Google it. It's at Voltage. Oh, did you just lay me an egg? Did you just lay me an egg, chicken? Thank you, chicken. Oh, wait a minute. This is... okay. So it's in North 7th Street? Okay, yeah, so that's... I don't know where the address is, but I know 7th, like 14th Street, or 15th, I forget now. 7th, it's probably North Philly, or... See, I don't know, the address changes things, because I know that, 14th Street is Broad Street, so that runs like through everything. Runs from like through Center City, through North Philly, like all the way up to like, so like when Kim went to Temple, I would like either take 95 down and then take like Girard, or like take the Boulevard down to Broad, which would be 14th. So 7th is closer to like Delaware Ave. It's halfway between like, but the address. Yes. Yep. Lehigh, Germantown. Yeah. Okay. So what's the closest cross street to? Was that to where it is? Yeah, was that Lehigh? You said, or Cumberland? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know where that is. So you surprised that the gas made you slow? I know. I know it does. Oh, so shit, this dude like teleports. Fuck that, I'm out. Whoa, what is this light source? Oh, there's a puddle of lava in the middle of the fucking ground. And there's like felled trees. This is crazy. Cause like trees don't fall down when you cut them down. If you cut down like a hole in the middle of the trunk, the rest of the tree just stays there. Yeah, so like there's felled trees, which is insane.
So now, building a website for me is like making a masterpiece. Only a whole lot easier. Dude, fastest, easiest way to build beautiful websites. So
Really? You're gonna play the same commercial back to back? That's happened to me a couple times. Yeah. Not necessarily in rank, just in general, and it's... I don't know. Oh, shit. Zed, I fucked up. I mined the stone that was around the lava, and it's now catching the forest on fire. Whoops is right. Maybe hopefully it'll stop after these trees, but it's definitely burning these trees down. Oh shit, how did I make it all the way up there? Yeah. Looks pretty awesome. What is hurting me? What is happening? Oh, I'm hungry. Shit. I'm gonna starve to death again. Alright, I eat some bread. I'm good. I'm gonna eat this potato. I'll take this with me. Yeah, I almost starved to death again. Cooked mutton. Now let's eat this steak. There we go. Absolutely do. Here, I got your 18 glass boxes. No, I was just cooking it so we had it. shit, I gotta go fucking make... I didn't make enough tools before I left. Oh shit, I'm getting lost again. This way. I need to like figure out a way to make like a, so I know which way is out. I'm not gonna break my A button from coming up the steps. It's like, it's absolutely absurd. To go, they're not, so you can make steps so you don't have to, but they're just like blocks from like where it was dug out. So it's like, oh shit, Zed, did you make this wall or is this just cobblestone? Like this one right here. Oh shit. So you gave us a waterfall inside our building? Cool. A waterfall? Yeah, so cool fucking beaners. I don't know. Can we make elevators then? Oh my god, whoa, there's a fucking guy here. Where did he come from? He came in the waterfall, I guess. There's a fish in there. Elevators. Oh, there's a fish stuck down there. Do you see that guy? So if I go down, I can't get back up, probably. Alright, so let's do something. What do we want to do? What do we want to build here? Is that now that we got... Well, you already built a waterfall. Let's... Oh, you even gave it a glass roof. Nice. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. I need more pickaxes. Alright, so I'm going to go look for that mine that I found earlier. I'm gonna make a bunch of torches. Actually, you know what? We have a boat. You want to go to a different place? Check out another island? Garbo. %100% Garbo. Alright, so I'm taking two swords, or a sword and a half, a bunch of mining picks, because it's got a bunch of damage. Here, I'm gonna drop, I made a steel helmet. I'm dropping that on the floor for you. You're Garbo, bro. It does. Alright, so I'm taking some food, some weapons, and some tools. Plus, I have 64 torches. And we each have our own, boat. He's like, what? How'd they hear me? That's crazy. Actually, I'm gonna go see if there's something I can make real quick to eat. I'm hungry. BRBs. fires in the air. Your alarm's going off again. Okay, I just dropped him in that corner. You gotta get your pizza out of the oven, Grim. Okay, nice. Daylight, yeah. Yeah, I'm heating up some fries, so I gotta go back and grab them in a minute. Oh, I took dirt out of that? No, I took wood. I'm making more torches. We're out of coal. No, here's coal. More light. I just made a bunch of torches. I just put a bunch of sticks back in this box. There you go, I just threw more torches on the ground. You just pick them up. Go down. Go down. Go down, Opie. Go down. Go let it. Opie, you were fine. I see you put windows in there. That's cool. Oh, I see you in the boat. Oh, you're fishing. Nice. Alright, I'm in my boat. Let me open up these aiolis so I can be super fat and gross. Aioli, aioli, aioli. Aioli, aioli. In fact, I'm gonna turn my face cam off for this gross shit. So I can turn this light back on so I can be super gross. Alright. Fuck microwaving fries. Fry them up on a pan, some oil. It's the way to live. So yeah, Nerdy plays this too. This could be a game that if enough people had it from the Game Pass or whatever, we could have like game nights, all hang out in the same world. Maybe have a few drinks, and just chill and whatever. Do I have it? No. No, it's not. Wait. No. I must have went in the water. Oh, there's fucking walkers down there. No, I didn't say it. I don't want to lose where the boat is. Alright, so I'll just go straight down from here. But yeah, I would have thought it would have went into my inventory. Oh no, I'm drowning. I was fighting some walkers. Oh, we got dolphins, watch out. Shit. How many fish did you catch? Oh shit. An enchanted. We'll try to pull these creepers away. You know me, I love my food. String. Oh yeah, I'll go hunt some spiders. What is it? No, I have some food on me. Good. Alright, I got a raw salmon too. Raw salmon right behind you. Kept running, I ain't giving up. You say it's 3:30 a.m. I say it's time to reheat and eat French fries time. Yeah, you sound like you're starting to slow down. Played with you enough that I can tell when you're getting close to bedtime. I'm gonna go hop in the boat and go explore a little bit before bedtime. Oh, there's a skelly over here. I need to get away from that motherfucker. This dolphin won't leave me the fuck alone. Yeah, so I don't lose my position of the boat. What, who else? Oh, you're fucking shooting arrows at me, motherfucker? Fuck you, bitch. Gonna make a big, something that I can see from a distance where the boat is. I mean, I see a light from where I am. I don't know if it's the watchtower or the sun coming up. Ah, it's the sun coming up. Never mind. Oh, what is this? This is a purple helmet and a brown vest just chilling here? What? Where'd this come from? Oh, that's the best. Oh, it's underwater. Is there a way to like get like oxygen tanks or something? Alright. Alright, adios, Zeddy. Thank you for the game, sir. Yeah, you too. Adios. we go. Just gonna mine away. Mine away. New shit. No, I didn't.
I heard he bought a brand new watch. Rarely you can see it shine every time he talks. I heard he's doing sold out shows. When he come home, I heard the whole town go. I heard he's got some big ass balls when he drag the ground when he goes for a walk.
We're gonna bed shortly, puppy.
What up, it's the Kid Hercules. My shit got hacked. I lost 230,000 followers, but guess what? I'm back, bitch. I ain't going nowhere. They try to knock me down, but I got back up for the resurrection. I'm the next of blessings. Never left the trenches. I don't have to send a text. Get the message. I can actually sketch. Everybody want a piece so they can eat now, but I don't do shit for free. Fucking freestyle. Can you rappers up and down? Say peace down. Fuck peace from the peace out. Like peace out, huh? Yeah, I'm back for the vengeance. Go ahead, try hacking my friends list. But tomorrow I'll be back in your mentions. The fact is that I'm a friend of relentless. Now I'm even really need a cosign. I've been sitting on a gold mine this whole time. Oh my, I'm ahead of in the bullseye. But the proof I won't die.
much later than I want it to be. So I gotta get back to home base, put this iron in. Am I lost again?
I hope you see that I'm a different kind of person. Just spend a night with me and you'll figure out it's worth it. I wanna know these feelings, I'm a dig beneath the surface. I listen cause I care, everything is for a purpose. I don't care about your flaws in my world, they don't exist. Every time we argue now, we just learn from it and quit. Instead of yelling back and forth, or even stirring up this shit, I'd rather smoke a blunt instead. You're my girl, not my bitch. Anytime you're feeling lonely cause I'm not there, I'm on tour. And you got it quite, just call me, I'll be honest, any restore. Making profit when I come home, let's leave on a board. On a flight across the world, drinking liquor on the shore.
What is this? Giant mushroom. I don't know. I never saw these. Definitely didn't pass a pointy rock when I came in. I'm lost. Super duper lost. Oh, did I plant those? No. I did plant some like that. Oh, it was this way. I remember seeing that wall of rock. Yep. So I parked the boat when I came in. And there's Zed's giant lighthouse working like a charm.
Make some noise, let's go! Put your fucking hands up like this for me one time, let's go! Hey! 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 See the nigga back here when it's go time. So high like I'm tripping up a coke line. So fly when you turn in a bow tie. Put a big fuck first chicken for the whole. I was at the bottom, but I'm back on.
So I got distracted by Mercury's on Alive in Italy. Might go to him in Philly. I got distracted by that, so I apologize for that. I'll check my whatever. I'll look into that later. Yeah. So I want to thank. I'm hitting all the wrong stuff. Why do I do this to myself? Yeah, so thank you to everybody who came out. Appreciate it. To whether it was Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube. I want to thank Known Paradox, Agent Arizona, Valkyries for stopping in. I apologize that I missed the messages. You guys could have joined me. I want to thank Valkyries 10 for the follow, Basemaster for the follow. I want to thank Zed for the games. I want to thank Grimbo and Zero for joining the party and just keeping it live and interesting. Yeah, I appreciate it, but all the I can't even talk. All the engagement on Instagram, on the Facebook pages. Working on a new Zero Logic shirt. I'm going to get it printed here in Philly, screen print it. Let me know if you're interested in that. Get at me on Instagram or whatever. Yeah, so thank you for everybody that came out, everybody that supported me. I really appreciate everything. It means the world to me. To those who didn't.